Hi everyone. So welcome to the Singapore Hunger Strike for Gaza. I am Kumar from Workers Make Possible, and today I'll be doing a teach-in on From Merdeka to Free Palestine, the labour movement's potential for national liberation. So today I just want to take some time to really dig into the history of the labour movement, right, and how it was very connected to the freedom that we experience here, right, now in Singapore. The freedom from bombs, the freedom from foreign powers taking over our water supplies, our food supplies, and this freedom is something that we don't take for granted, right? On the 15th of February every year, what do we celebrate? Total defense. Yeah, exactly. So what's going on in Palestine shouldn't be foreign to us, right? It should actually be very deeply felt. So today I want to take some time to think about that in honor of the very brave people here today going on strike, who are, by the way, workers, students, and just ordinary people, right? I don't know what the elites are doing on Palestine. Yeah, probably nothing. Or in fact, even just making it worse. So before I get into it, and I know there's a lot on the, you guys can see this picture, right? Is it okay? So people can see that. So I know there's a lot going on, and don't worry lah. Like throughout the whole presentation, I will talk about all these different characters. I know some characters are very familiar, right? Mr. Lee Kuan Yew over there, but a lot of people probably don't know who this person is here. Shaking hands with a British man. People will know who this is. Anybody know? Everyone want to shout out? Lieutenant Adnan bin Saidi. Yeah, correct. This one? Elizabeth Choi. Yeah, and this is, anybody know what's going on here? So this is a glass factory workers strike in Singapore in the 1950s. A bit unheard of, right? And then this, anybody know what's going on here? Yeah, say? Yes, this is actually Singapore General Hospital nurses on strike. And actually there's another picture where Lee Kuan Yew even acknowledged the strike and praised the strikers. Yeah, and that is Lee Kuan Yew actually on strike. And anybody know what's going on there? The watermelons and all that? Never heard of it? Yeah, me too actually. Yeah, I just saw this photo. It's quite nice. I put there already. Yeah, very, very nice umbrellas. Yeah, by the way. Yeah. Okay, so before we get really into the history of it, let me first fix. Yes. So I'll talk more about that. Yeah, in a while. A bit more context needed. Okay, so I want everybody to close your eyes. Okay, those on live stream also, close your eyes also. Yeah. Yeah, don't turn off the live stream. Close your eyes. Okay. I want you to imagine you're not here for a moment. Imagine you are far away, living under occupation by a foreign army. Okay, you hear bombs dropping from the sky. You hear the news. 200 hospital staff and patients killed by the occupiers. Then you hear another piece of news. Occupiers have successfully bombed the civilian water supply. Please take note, there will be no water supply from today onwards. You then hear someone slamming the door and demanding someone open the door. You do not recognize the voice, and they sound really, really hostile. You realize that thankfully this is happening next door. You remember what happened to your neighbor a week ago. The occupiers kidnapped the men, accusing them of being terrorists. You heard he was brought to the riverside together with other men and shot to death. This is life under occupation. You can open your eyes now. Okay. What I described was not Gaza. What I described was Singapore between 1942 to 1945, right? This is also the lived reality of Palestinians right now, right? So when Singaporeans say that actually, this is a foreign cause or whatever, yeah, it is happening outside, but it happened to us as well, our ancestors, right? Especially to the Chinese Singaporeans. So when Japan occupied Singapore between 1942 and 1945, there were of course a lot of air raids, and also at the same time there was something called the Sukching massacre. Does anybody remember what the Sukching massacre is? Yeah, so it was this is a Sukching massacre. So what happened was that the Japanese would go around suspecting Chinese men, specifically Chinese men, adult men, and because they would accuse them of having anti-Japanese sentiments, and they would round them up to at Changi Beach, Punggol, Siglap, all these various, especially the coastlines, right? They will bring them up there and they will line them up like this and then shoot them, right? So that's why I think some of us will know of stories, of people who changed their surname, Chinese surname. Like I had a friend, his surname was actually Ko, but I always ask him, why is your name Koa, Kwa? It's actually because he changed the name to sound a bit more Japanese, so he could avoid, getting killed. Yeah. And the other stories we know of life under occupation that we still, face this effect. Chindians. Why do Chinese Indians exist? Right? A lot of them were, people who were raised, Chinese people, Chinese children, right? Found in the playground by Indian families, and they were raised by Indian families, just to survive occupation. So over here, what we have there is, people living under food shortage, right? They are, everything had to be rationed, right? So here also life in poverty, right, in Singapore. And this is a newspaper cutout. It was much later where they found mass war graves in Siglap, right? They call it valleys of death. All these were, just Singaporean bodies just buried there. So why did the Japanese persecute the Chinese specifically? So this is something I hope we don't forget. See, the Chinese were persecuted because they were funding a foreign war. There were Chinese people funding the Chinese Revolution, right? They were actually actively sending money there because the Japanese invaded China in 1937, right? It was this solidarity that they felt. And I mean, interesting enough also is that when the Japanese surrendered, who was actually funding the labor unions in Singapore? A lot of them were actually from the Chinese government because they remember this solidarity. But today this would be called terrorist financing or foreign interference, right? So it was not uncommon for Singaporean Chinese to survive this, right? They would actually collaborate with the Japanese government because there's no other choice they felt. Actually, the other choice was a very, very hard choice, which was actually to join the armed resistance, right? Or illegally smuggle food and money to sustain the resistance. So that's what Elizabeth Choi did. Elizabeth Choi, actually, she was a canteen operator in I think she was in a mental hospital, Elizabeth Choi and her husband. So what they did was that they would illegally smuggle food to the prisoners of war, and they would also send them money and all that. And she's lauded as a war hero even today, right? The armed resistance, right? How many people know about the armed resistance who was actually the main people fighting the Japanese, the local armed resistance? Any guesses? Force 136, okay, good. MCP, yeah, the Malayan Communist Party, right? The Malayan Communist Party had an armed wing called the MPAJA, the Malayan People's Anti-Japanese Army, right? And actually, Force 136 would not have been able to really to have the intelligence and to have the ground sensing of how to actually fight the war, if not for the MPAGA. So MPAGA, right, which was led by the Communist Party, interestingly, collaborated with the British to fight the Japanese, right? So that's, anybody know who that guy is there? Not Lee Kuan Yew, the other Chinese old man. Chin Peng, correct. Yeah, that's actually the Secretary General. No, he was not the Secretary General at that time, but he was the last Secretary General of the Communist Party of Malaya. Yeah, and anybody know who's that? This not Chinese man. Yeah. Any guesses? So no, that's James Puducherry. So Janil Puducherry's uncle. Yeah. So James Puducherry, why I put him here is actually because he's not Chinese, right? So he actually was inspired by Subhash Chandra Bose in India fighting the British, and so he actually decided to join the Indian National Army. So we also had a lot of these stories, of Singaporeans joining the resistance abroad. Today, if you were to join the resistance, ISD will come knocking on your door. Yeah. So that's the reality. And Lee Kuan Yew is there. Why I put him there? Anybody knows what Lee Kuan Yew was doing during the Japanese occupation? Yeah, correct. He was working in the propaganda office. So I mean, he did. I don't want to. I'm not saying that to shame Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, right? I am actually saying that in a sense that was actually the very ordinary response, right? But I want to highlight the actions of these other people in very extraordinary times that today actually don't get the credit that they deserve. They actually took the hard choice, right? And they sacrificed a lot. Chin Peng was 20, 21, 23, around there. Lee Kuan Yew was about, I think, even younger, 18 or 19 at that time. And there's a very interesting story about what happened, how Lee Kuan Yew avoided getting executed by the Japanese. So I think he writes about it in the Singapore story. He was so he was going to be executed, and then he says, this is his own story lah. He said that he told the Japanese officer that I needed to go get my clothes, and so then he escaped. Yeah, but I mean, okay, yeah, we let history decide lah. Yeah, maybe it's true. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, I just want us to reflect on this, right? Are these strategies of cross-border solidarity and armed resistance familiar to us? I'll just leave it at that, okay? So I want to compare also, right? What happened in what's happening right now in Israel-occupied Palestine from 1967 until now, and Japanese-occupied Singapore in 3 to 4 years, right? What we see in just after October 7 alone, way more than 60,000. Right? I can't keep track, right? We can't keep track. We don't really know the numbers, right? More than 60,000 Palestinians are killed, right? In contrast, at that time, during Japanese occupation, approximately 50,000 were killed, right? Across Malaya, lah, not just Singapore. Okay, control over daily life and administration in Singapore, there was military rule, curfews, rationing, forced currency, propaganda, suspicion, and terror. It's the same thing. In fact, even worse than going on in Israel, in Palestine. And the economic hardship, right? Palestinians face land confiscation, resource control, settler expansions, restrictions on economic growth. And in Singapore, we have food shortages, inflation, currency problems, so-called banana money, right? Some of you all will remember all these, on 15 February, we always will. In schools, do you all have to eat the tapioca and just embody the diet of, yeah. So it's shocking to me that we are supposedly remember the Japanese occupation so well, but we're not able to connect the dots to what's happening right now. Yeah, I mean, people here I think can lah. Yeah, and people watching I hope lah. Yeah, so actually I want to ask what freed Singapore from Japanese occupation? What actually worked, right? Because today that's what we're here to talk about. Right? We're actually talking about the labor movement and sort of strategies of resistance and all that, right? Was it electoral politics? There was no elections, right? So Lee Kuan Yew was not relevant during this time. Was it trade unions? Trade unions were also not allowed to exist. And where they did exist, it was very clandestine, right? But we don't have much of a historical record on how trade unions were useful. But where did the workers go? What did the workers do? The workers joined the armed resistance. The workers joined the AJA, right? That was where it was really filled by plantation workers, just small shop workers, factory workers, and farmers as well. Right, and there was a lot of this illegal networks of smuggling food, aid, and money was very crucial in sustaining the resistance. Right, Elizabeth Choi is testament to that. Right, and actually there were global factors as well. Right, the Soviets, right, when they fought the Nazis and they won, they beat the Nazis. When the Soviets entered the war, that was very critical. I don't want to romanticize MPAJA and the MCP and say that, look, they are the ones that and they and Force 136, it is because of them that the Japanese backed off. It was that. It made Japanese occupation very, very costly, but it was also the broader, what was going on in World War II, right? And Soviets' ability to defeat the Nazis, right? The entry. And actually that's what we see in a lot of very cruel, very, very brutal regimes like the Khmer Rouge, the Vietnamese entered, and liberated the people there. Controversial, right? I think, there's always historically people will say, did they liberate? Did they invade? That kind of stuff. But what I want to say is that if you're dealing with such violence, right? Then how do you respond, right? How did people respond historically? I just want to put that out there. So this is the MPAJ, by the way. Very fierce, huh? Yeah, then this one is the Soviet Army. This is Elizabeth Choi, Adnan bin Saidi, and Harry Lee Kuan Yew. Yeah. So what happened after that? Right? Singapore's story didn't end there. Singapore wasn't free. Right? What happened is the British came back again and we say, hello, we are going to reoccupy you, right? So but how do we remember the British occupation, right? We remember it as this bronze, ugly fella, standing amidst all these buildings of capital, right? All these financial buildings and all that, and the sea, just over there, and he's just towering above all of us, right? And we remember history as starting as 1819. That's what we're taught in schools, right? So this here, what's going on here? This is actually Chin Peng, right? And who's this guy? Anybody have any idea? What's sorry? I maybe, I don't know. He's just a white dude lah. I'm not sure. But he's the British, and actually what he's doing is, right after the Japanese surrendered, the British honored the MCP and said that I'm giving you a OBE. I think it stands for some excellency. Order of British Empire. Yeah. Yeah, you guys should do the teaching lah. Shouldn't be doing this. Yeah, the Order of the British Empire. So actually they accepted it. So it's very interesting that the Communist Party would accept this award, and just a few years later, they would be in an all-out war, right? What would happen was the Malayan emergency. But why was there Malayan emergency, right? So the events after this was two rubber plantation bosses were killed, right? And they blamed the communists. Right? And when they blamed the communists, this became a reason to go all out. And the Malayan emergency basically is when the British occupation went back to its old tricks, lah. Curfews, having curtailing of our civil liberties, things that many things that we continue to inherit today, right? And actually, what we don't learn about in our textbooks is the violence of the British. We always learn the Japanese are violent, but not the British. But look at that right there. That's a British officer. Those are two communist soldiers. This is how they dealt with the war. They would hold their heads like that. So this photo actually went the equivalent of viral at the time, right? I think it was in the UK itself, the UK Communist Party. They actually published this photo, and this created a big stir within the British society itself, right? They didn't realize that, they always thought that they were doing a civilizing mission and all that. Then you see photos like this, right? So people forget that actually working class people were living under terror at the same time, right? It's just that their PR is a lot better. The British PR is excellent, right? Yeah. So what is the labour movement's role, right? So this is a quote from Michael Fernandez and Loh Ka Seng. They wrote a very good chapter, I think, in Living with Myths in Singapore. I think it's also a published in a journal article. I highly encourage everybody to read it. So he says this, right? Since it was the colonial regime that subjugated them, the left saw the fight for the workers' economic interests as inextricably linked to the struggle for political self-determination. The labour movement, in short, was an endeavour to restore to the worker his dignity and full rights as a person, right? So they saw the labour movement as as completely consistent with freeing themselves from British rule, right? So that should put in perspective, right? The centrality of labour movements. So this is Michael Fernandez, right? He's still around, and how old is he now? He's late 80s. Yeah, he's late 80s, and this is him leading the naval base workers' strike. It was 10,000 workers went on strike in 1963. Yeah. Yeah, so this is a quote from the Singapore Commercial Houses and Factory Employees Union, right? And they said this: political agitation is inseparable from any labour movement. The working conditions of the workers are related to the social system and the nature of the existing system. Therefore, the fight to improve working conditions cannot be isolated from the struggle for a pro-workers government and a fair and democratic society. Today what we hear a lot is you have bread and butter issues, and then you have politics, right? You don't mix the two and so on. But here what we see from these quotes is actually they don't see it as separate, right? Actually, they see that fighting for your economic interests is in itself fighting to free yourself from British rule, because people connected that this is actually a colonial government that is putting in place these policies. Yeah. And so this is, just an interesting fact. This is 1965. This is in the premises of this union that wrote that, and the police began raids on various unions such as these, right? And they were not allowed to hold their May Day. Yeah, sounds familiar. Yeah, so in 1 year, right? So this is just a record of the growth of the union labor movement, right? So you look at 1946, just 11 unions, because this is just coming out of the occupation, right? You have 11 unions, but in 1 year, 163 unions. So you look at the growth, right? And you see the membership also, right? By how many times it increases. So what happened was when the Japanese, I think I say in the next slide. Yeah, what happened was that when the Japanese left, right, when they surrendered, there was this rising anti-colonial sentiment. They were like, the British abandoned us. So people who felt that, maybe the British are better, they actually realized that you cannot trust them, right? Because they might just abandon you again, right? And so the anti-colonial sentiment was really revived lah. And this is the thing, right? So the PAP government likes to talk about these left-wing trade union movements as very motivated by communism. But what Loh Kah Seng and Michael Fernandez are trying to say is that actually they were more motivated by anti-colonialism rather than communism, right? And the communists were also anti-colonial, right? So the communists they had this big umbrella union called the Singapore General Labour Union, and in 1946 to 47, this was like the big year lah, you know, where there were a lot of workers' actions, right? There were 92 strikes, right? And they also had a lot of successes. But what happened after that was Malayan Emergency, 1948. So after that, you see a decline, right? I just want to talk about one strike that I think is quite inspiring. In October 1945, 7,000 Singapore harbour board workers, they put down their tools to protest the rising cost of living, demand higher wages, and boycott the shipment of arms to Java, right? And these arms were supposed to be used by Dutch colonialists against Indonesian nationalists, right? And you know, the solidarity with anti-imperialist movements elsewhere was not just restricted to this one occasion. The Singapore General Labour Union would pledge to support independent movements in Vietnam, India, Indonesia, and they were largely successful in economic demands. But I would say that the record on how successful these actions were in the anti-imperialist fights there is a bit more mixed. But I think the spirit of it tells us something. So for example, these are some newspaper cutouts from that strike in 1945. Yeah. So I think maybe not so inspiring is this article. So I don't know which one is true, right? Because this is Straits Times. This is the Free Press or something like that. So this one didn't say that, but this Straits Times article said it. This Straits Times article said that there were enough enough workers to replace the workers that boycotted it. So the goods were shipped anyway lah. Yeah. Yeah. But so after the emergency in 1948, 1954 onwards, there was a revival of trade unionism. What revived it? Actually, it was the Randall Constitution. So the Randall Constitution was a constitution that promised relaxation of certain laws. So this invigorated the movement a bit. And what we saw was some leaders, some left-wing leaders, very charismatic people stepping up, right? Some people might recognize these handsome blokes. So like Lim Chin Siong, a guy there looking very like, yeah. Then Fong Swee Swan, you know, looking very like a softie. Yeah. And then Jamit Singh, looking like a macho man, and then Sidney Woodhull, yeah, just looking very blank lah. It's not a very good photo of him. This is the only photo I could find. Yeah. So these were, I think, four. I think they always talk about this big six, but I can't remember who the other two are lah. I mean, this guy, that bald dude next to Jamit Singh is Titi Raja. Titi Raja is actually his, was he his son who runs Raja and Tan, the law firm? VK Raja, right? Yeah, who was Chief Justice, is it? Chief Justice at one point. Yeah, but Titi Raja, people. So in the anti-colonial movement, I think he had a nickname like, he was like, they call it Lenin of Singapore or something like that, because he was bald and and he always represented all the left-wing trade unions and all that. Yeah. So then they had the major unions here was the SFSWU and the SBWU. SFSWU was like the shop and factory workers. Then the SBWU is the Singapore Bus Workers Union. And then Sidney Woodhull was the leader of the Naval Base Labour Union. And Jamit Singh was the Singapore Harbour Board. Yeah, so where did these people come from, right? They came from the Chinese middle schools. They were undergraduates of the University of Malaya Socialist Club, or they were English teachers. And the Chinese middle school students, right, they were a very militant group of people. Why? Because they protested against the military conscription, right? And very, very militant actions that they would do. And the University of Malaya Socialist Club would, publish anti-imperialist editorials and whatnot. Yeah, and in 1955, they called this the Year of Strikes. It's actually the year where there were the most number of strikes in Singapore, record 275 strikes, and half of them were what we call sympathy strikes. So they weren't striking for their own economic self-interest, they were striking for other workers and sometimes other causes. Sometimes they would go on strike for students, right? Sometimes they would go on strike for even like foreign causes. Yeah, and just one example is in June 1955, the SFSWU submitted a memorandum calling for Chinese schools to be accorded equal status in the education system. Yeah. So just again, more data. Just showing that, look, you look at the fourth column, right? The percentage of strikes for sympathy, 1955, nearly 50% was strikes for sympathy, right? And then you look at percentage of strikes for other causes. Also, you have 1961, for example, 40.5, 1960, 37.8. So not so if you look at the NTUC today, right? The NTUC stands for the National Trade Union Congress. I don't know if you could even plot a graph like that. Like, it would just be like 0 strikes, 0 for sympathy for your own self also, right? And then 0 for sympathy elsewhere also. NTUC. But when you try to engage with like NTUC unions and all that, they will always talk about your bread and butter. Does this concern you? Like solidarity, sympathy. It's like, what language are you talking about? Yeah, they don't understand. Yeah, so like if we were to assess what freed Singapore from the British occupation, it's a series of things, right? Like I said, the post-Japanese occupation led to a significant rise in like anti-colonial sentiment, right? And this spilled over to the trade union movement, which grew immensely, right? And the biggest trade unions were supported, they supported the People's Action Party until the split, right, into Barisan Socialists later on. So actually, like, the PAP literally won off the backs of the labour movement, right? How they actually entered the political fray, how Lee Kuan Yew actually became the prime minister. It's really through the trade unions. And the anti-colonial slogan that unified everyone was Merdeka, right? And let's not forget the anti-colonial sentiment that was going on around the world at this time, notably in India and Africa, right? This also spilled over to the rising. Oh, hello. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so like this also. But let's not forget also that while all this was going on, the trade union movement and all that, the Malayan Communist Party was also waging an armed struggle, right, an anti-colonial resistance, right? That's what they were doing. And all of this put together, right, made colonialism extremely, extremely expensive to continue. Not only were they experiencing all this resistance in the colonies, they were experiencing pushback in their own countries, right? The British were experiencing their own domestic population saying like, wait, I thought we're here to civilize people. Like, why are we like, why are we so brutal, and why are we punishing them even harder, and also realizing that why is our taxpayers' money going there instead of helping us, right? It's not enriching us and all that. So it is this, the fact that trade union movements posed a significant credible threat and actually extracted so much cost from the colonialists, that this is actually what forced the colonialists to come to the negotiation table and negotiate for eventual liberation and decolonization. So now I talk about Palestine, right? And at this point, has anybody have any questions or thoughts or anything? Noah? Okay. Later. Okay. So when we talk about Palestine, right? Actually, the story is similar. In fact, I think like even more, even stronger, right? The trade union movement, it goes way back to like the 1930s, even before the Balfour Declaration and all that, right? So by 1944, you have this sort of capitalism developing quite a bit in Palestine, and most people, thousands of Palestinians, I wouldn't say most, but thousands of them were already employed into wage labor, and they were to serve the needs of the British military during World War II, right? There was this communist-led union federation called the Arab Trade Unions and Labour Societies, and they had very, very large strikes from 1944 to 1947, right? Just to give an example, in September 1945, there was a 7-day strike of 1,300 Arab and Jewish workers working at British military workshops, and they would have joint marches in Tel Aviv with chants, long live the unity between Arab and Jewish workers. And all these actions incapacitated British mandate administration, and the British would concede to wage increases, pension improvements, and so on. And fast forward a couple of decades later, the first Intifada, right? This manifested in many, many strikes in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, right, from 1987 to 1991. And many other workers' actions continued to the 2000s. If I'm not wrong, there was like a taxi driver strike, I think, during the first Intifada, where I think there were 24,000 taxi drivers that went on strike. Yeah. So then when we talk about the Intifada, right, and workers' actions, we must also think about the international actions, right? There was there has been a lot of international actions globally right now. to try to free Palestine. So here I have some examples, right? In France, right, airport workers. So all of these are after October 7, right, 2023, right? Airport workers in Paris, who are organized by trade unions, they would refuse to deal with military cargo that was destined for Israel. Dock workers also would refuse to handle similar cargo. In Greece, also, we have a lot of dock workers blocking ammunition shipments for Israel, and it preventing a container of bullets. And in Italy, how many of you all remember the general strike that was just, I think, on 3rd October 2025, right? 2 million workers participated in that. That was a 24-hour general strike, right? And they had this slogan, right? Let's block everything. Ports were shut down, railways and highways were disrupted, schools, universities, and workplaces were closed as students, teachers, and workers all walked out. Right, and at the heart of this, right, actually is interesting, and you see it, in green over here. A lot of it was dock workers, right? So even the Italy strike was actually started by dock workers. Yeah. Anybody has any why do you think dock workers are so powerful when it comes to international actions? Like what's so specific about dock workers and actually airport workers? Like what's something in common that they all have? Yeah. So I think it's here. 90% of global trade travels by sea, right? So that's one thing, right? So a lot of like online shipping, a lot of people are buying stuff online now also. So that's why the seaports are very, very important. But airports also, the travel of people and the travel of like goods and cargo. So these become like very, very strategic areas. But they're also the most securitized, right? It's very hard to talk to people there. It's very hard to how many of us here work in ports? None, right? Yeah. So you see, it's very, very hard. And I think it's also like in Singapore. I think a lot of port workers. Don't quote me on this, but my suspicion is that a lot of them are migrants also. So there is an added level of precarity. Yeah. And another thing is automation. A lot of ports have been automated also. This is actually to disrupt their power. I think in the US, for example, a lot of if some of you have watched like this series called The Wire, right? The Wire in like season 2, they would talk about how there was like this big dock workers union and all that, but automation actually resulted in a lot of their jobs being taken away. And actually, this is not just about bread and butter, but actually about the power of workers to have a say in actually imperialism, right? What's going on in occupation and all that. Yeah. So just about the Italy strike, right? There was also, I want to talk about the role of the legal frameworks, right? There's this particular, because sometimes I think we tend to get into this like reform or like, revolution kind of thing, or like, do we want to fighting in the courts is not worth it, because it's a bourgeois thing, and, we shouldn't waste our time, the oppressors will never play by our rules and all that, and we should just take things there. But I want to talk about with the Italian general strike, right? What happened was, the Italian general strike, there was, they use everything. They use everything at their disposal. So one was, yes, they have a very rich history of port workers taking action, port workers being anti-imperialists, a lot of political education and all that. But at the same time, they exploited whatever legal frameworks they could. So one legal framework they had was Italy's Law 146/90, which regulates strikes in essential public services, but allows action against serious threats to workers' safety. So they exploited this. The genocide is a serious threat to workers' safety, right? And that's what how they had this legal cover. And I think we cannot underestimate the power of the law, right? Especially in a country like Singapore, where most people are very law-abiding, right? The most civil disobedience you would see is when you jaywalk, right? Yeah. So if you tell people, like, especially, and I find this very interesting because this was something that Michael Fernandez also wrote about in the piece about the 1950s and the 1940s, the wave of trade union revivalism and all that. It was that Singaporean workers are very pragmatic, right? Even back then, and they would not do something if they feel like you cannot win or you cannot, like you're sacrificing too much, right? They're very, very pragmatic. So I think like this is something we need to think about also. Like how do we make fighting for genocide, a safe thing? Not a safe thing, but like how do we make it? How do we actually like strategies to actually succeed? And how can we make, or at least minimize the costs, right, as much as possible to the individual. Yeah, and especially when we're talking about mass action. Like when we talk about individual actions, I think that's a bit more different. That's a bit more moral decision, perhaps. We're talking about strategic mass action. I think we need to think about those things. And I mean, I'm a fan of, like, just using whatever is at our disposal, whatever tools there are. If there's a law that allows us to, if you're fighting for a particular law, for example, to democratize the trade unions, to actually allow for the right to strike, for example, which we don't have in Singapore, if that is actually what's helpful, then I think, like, we should also fight for that. Yeah, so I want to ask this question, right? Today, do workers in Singapore have the power to free Palestine, right? Why not? I'm just going to leave these questions to you guys to think about, right? Yes. Yeah, and where do you work, right? Rather than thinking about workers as this other thing, right? How many of us have a boss, like, or at least you're self-employed and you rely on clients to survive? How many of you, or how many of you are students who are going to go into the workforce? Can I just have a show of hands? A lot of capitalists here. Okay, maybe we do have capitalists. Yeah. Okay, or yeah. So most of us, or for example, we are caregivers, right? And we rely on somebody for a wage, right? Any show of hands? Okay, a few lah. Okay, so think about that, right? Like, what power do you and your co-workers have to influence the outcome? Very often we are thinking about people in institutional power, like MPs, okay, or like people with influence and whatever. But actually, like, if you're a worker or people in the workforce, they have power too, right? If anything in history, what I've showed, I hope it's reflected, is that ordinary people have power, right? It's just, do we have the guts to talk to our co-workers about, thinking about using it? And the other thing I want to think about is, which sectors in Singapore have the most power and what's stopping them from using it? Yeah, so as capitalism develops, so does the war machine, and so does the nature of labor. So we see this in the 40s, in the 50s, in the 60s. The port workers, the blue collar workers, are very often the ones that we think have the power, right? And they do. But what we have now is also labor force that is very highly educated, and they are doing. They're not doing things with their hands; they're doing things with their heads, right? Their brains, right? And for example, tech workers, Google workers, right? We also have Microsoft workers, and these are workers in other parts of the world who are also standing up against genocide, right? This thing called Project Nimbus, Google workers were protesting it, right, as an Israel deal. Microsoft workers occupied the HQ in protest against companies' ties to Israel's military, but also cultural workers, right, artists. So actually, this is actually Singaporean local bands that decided to boycott Spotify. They admit, like, look, we are small fries in Spotify. We're not Taylor Swift, and like, we can't do much, but it's more like a symbol and more to, like, just inspire other people to do something about it, right? I think every small action counts. Yeah, and so I'm about to end. I just want to make a note, right, on Singapore foreign policy post 1965, because I think there's also, I think we have to be very sober about the labor movement in Singapore. It's basically weak, or even some might say it's manifesting into existence. You know what I mean? So we're not going to be in a position where somebody can say, let's go on a general strike, and then like everybody will go on a general strike. It's just not going to happen, right? But what we need to do is we need to start building the labor movement. But in moments like these, we tend to look at people in power, right? As to like, what can we do in this moment of deep emergency? And so we tend to see, like, okay, what is our foreign policy, right? And is there any hope to have our foreign policy change and whatnot? So if you look at the PAP's foreign policy, historically after it came into power, we've sided with the imperialists and genociders, right? The Khmer Rouge in Cambodia, we sided with the Khmer Rouge. The US, the PAP government, and then the PAP government also sided with the US against the Viet Cong in the Vietnam War, right? And then we're also siding with Israel against Palestine. But I want to make a note about South Africa. So South Africa, actually, the Singapore government refused to diplomatically recognize South Africa until the end of apartheid, right? And there was a lot of grassroots movements around this also. I don't think it was just like, okay, we are, the Singapore government just, don't know, for some reason, like, loves Nelson Mandela or something, and like, we're like, yeah, in South Africa, we get it. Okay, it never happens that way, right? There's always social forces or there are economic forces in the background, and I don't know enough about the economic issues at that time, but I do know that there were actions like these, right? And there are so many that are underreported also. Student demonstration at Singapore Polytechnic in 1971 opposing British arms sales to South Africa. This did happen, right? And if you look at the Singapore's Minister of State for Education in 1981, this is what he said. Since South Africa has turned a deaf ear to the pleas for justice and racial equality, the international community must exert pressure in all and serious forms against South Africa, as it must, against all those who violate the basic principles and moral precepts of the UN Charter. We are convinced that sustained international pressure can compel a determined and intransigent regime to give in. The international community must therefore act concertedly and quickly in exerting pressure on South Africa. Otherwise, we may be still meeting here 10 years hence, pondering over ways and means to persuade South Africa to abandon its inhumane policies. If we could replace South Africa with Israel, right, like what would that take, right? And the reason why I show this is not to show that, look, the PAP foreign policy is actually like has its moments. It's to show that change can be made, right? No country's foreign policy is made out of a vacuum. It's not made independent of interests on the ground, of actions by ordinary people, by resistance and all that. It is actually an amalgamation of that. Right now, what we're seeing is that the voice of the Zionists, the actions of the Zionists are just more powerful and louder than what we're doing, regardless of how much the Palestine movement has grown. The pro-Palestine movement has grown in just the last few years. But I do want to say that have we not seen Singapore's foreign policy change in real time? We have. And to the extent that Vivian Balakrishnan can say in a Straits Times interview that foreign policy now has domestic salience. Singaporeans actually care about foreign policy, right? Because actually last time nobody, not nobody, there were movements, but it was not strong enough. The Iraq War, what were we doing? Most of us were, I think there were definitely some Singaporeans who fought against it, but it was very, very stigmatized, right? But right now what we see is a normalization of resistance, a normalization of resisting just sheer imperialism, right? And that is no small feat. That is something that I think the movement has achieved, right? We have seen Vivian Balakrishnan and the Singapore government in real time change their policy from no sanction to some superficial, useless sanctions, right? But I know it sucks, but that is symbolically, right, rhetorically, that is an important shift, right? That touch your heart and say, 2 years ago, did you think it was possible? I did not. I thought we were too weak, right? And saying that Israel can do no wrong, saying Singapore and Israel are very, very good friends. We go way, way back. And then now saying that Israel may flout international law, or that there's famine and all that. We're seeing tensions, right? And actually, they wouldn't confront these tensions if actually we kept quiet, if we didn't do anything, right? No permits would be allowed for Palestine events, but there were some events that actually got permits, right? And so I want to say that what the Singapore government says is not the end, right? The end is actually, what do we say? Do we as workers, do we as ordinary people, do we as students, do we as caregivers, do we want to back down and let them have the last word, or do we have the last word and do we fight till the death, right? And this is not unique to our time now. It is consistent with history. It's class struggle that makes history, not great men or women, right? And I just want to end with this. This is Singapore, by the way. Yeah. So this umbrella protest, for some reason, right, has I actually don't know whether whether the organizers were familiar with this action, like when the umbrellas were thought about, right? But what happened here was, I think in 1972, I'm not sure, don't quote me on this, but I think Francis Xiao, Ang Swee Chai's husband, had something to do with this, I think. And Juliet Chin, who was a student activist back then, she was also involved in this action. I think she was here. And this was to protest President Nixon's visit to Singapore. And this was during the Vietnam War. So at this time, there was no Public Order Act. So this is actually legal, right? But I think there was some, I'm not sure about the legal technicalities, but what they did was they to avoid detection, they actually closed the umbrellas, and so they went and walked up, and then they opened the umbrella, and then there was the sign, right? So that was how they resisted. And yeah, so I just want to end with this quote, right? We make our own history, but we do not make it as we please. We do not make it under self-selected circumstances, but under circumstances existing already, given and transmitted from the past, right? We can look to the example of Italy, we can look to the example of Athens, but at the same time, we don't have the same history, right? There's some parts that are shared, but there's also a lot of it that is not shared. We have to make our own, in Singapore. We have to that's why I wanted to talk about the Japanese occupation. That's why I wanted to talk about the British occupation, right? But there's also this part that I left out, right? And we don't have the time to get into, which is the state of emergency under the PAP. That's also another form of occupation, right? Merdeka is unfinished, right? Singapore, actually, we talk about free Palestine, but what about free Singapore, right? Singapore is not free also, right? Palestine, I think, is freeing us, right? When the trio, were acquitted, like, I think it is not that the law, the outcome is freeing us, but I think the way that they inspired us, the way that this action inspired us, is freeing us, is making us think that, hey, actually we can stand up against the bully. Actually, like, if we all are united, we can do something about it. And so all I ask is that we extend our sights, right, from boycotts, divestments, and sanctions to workers' actions, right? Can we think about where we are working? Can we think about workers that Can we think about talking to the to workers on the street, right? To the food delivery rider who sends you his order. Can we talk to the engineer, right? That comes over to your house for Hari Raya or Deepavali every now and then, right? Your cousin who you've not spoken to for a very long time, who's now working in Google. Maybe talk to him, Ask him how does he feel about Project Nimbus, and how does he feel about Palantir, having having an office in Singapore. Yeah. So so the last thing I want to end with is this group activity, right? Do we have time for a group activity? Okay, but maybe before that, like, ask just Q&A lah, right? Does anybody have any questions or comments for the presentation before we get into group activity? Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Well, I guess, like, what I was thinking about was so I think SGCR and BDS Singapore did like a teach-in previously. It was a really, really good. I wasn't able to be here for the teaching, but I went to look at the counter mapping list and all that, and it's such a great resource to actually understand where is Israel present, and these are actually opportunities to see what powers we can exert also on our own, right? And I'm just thinking, like, instead of sending letters to MPs, right? I mean, I'm not against sending letters to MPs. Please send letters to your MPs. But I think, like, we also need to grow our base, right? We need to also we need to talk to. So when I talk about when I shared about, like, extending our sites from boycott, divestment actions to actually workers' actions, what we need to do is we need to talk to workers that we know, right, and actually understand where are they working at any of these places, right? If they are working at these places, then can we have conversations with them, because they have power, they have some power, right? If you're an engineer who is working in Palantir now has an office here, right? And Palantir is like this. They are doing surveillance, right, for Israel and the US as well, and a lot, not just Singapore, but a lot of governments have contracted Palantir. So can we even, like, have conversations with some of them, right? And so today, actually, what I want to ask is if you can look at the counter mapping list, right, and then look at your contact list as well, right, and then see, like, do you have any friends who work at these places, or do you have any or you can even ask friends of yours that are not working there whether do they know anybody who works there, and then, like, try to strike a conversation with them and try to have a conversation about them, try to have a conversation about Palestine with them, right? That's one way lah that we can try to think about workers' actions. Yeah. So with that, thank you so much.
Hi everyone, I'm Diana from Moms for Palestine SG. On the first day of the hunger strike, we held a vigil where we read 2,250 names of child martyrs from age 0 to 3 years old. Every single one of them was someone's entire universe. We don't know their stories, but we know they had families who loved them. Maybe a favorite toy, favorite animal, a favorite food. James Baldwin said, "The children are always ours, every single one of them." All over the globe. And I am beginning to suspect that whoever is incapable of recognizing this may be incapable of morality. Israel has killed more than 20,000 children in Gaza since October 7, 2023. And more than 17,000 children have lost their parents. In January 2024, Save the Children reported that 10 children were losing a limb every day. And the UNICEF labeled the Gaza Strip as the most dangerous place in the world to be a child, despite the ceasefire that is not a ceasefire. The list of martyrs are still increasing due to continued Israeli attacks and the continued starvation of an entire population. Today, we intend to continue reading the names and honoring more child martyrs. We hope that every single name read today is a call to action for everyone watching to speak up, stand up for them, and don't let these children's deaths be in vain. Before I begin, let us have 1 minute of silence to honor the martyrs. I will now be reading the names and continuing at 3-year-old. Ahmad Mahmoud Ahmad Tabasi, Mahmoud Ahmad Hamoude Abu Toha, Osama Fuad Osama Eid, Malak Nabil Waji Al-Namnam, Lian Khalil Shauki Abed, Lara Ahmad Samir Abu Shamala, Sanat Sakar Izzat Abu Rukba, Hur Muhannad Abdul Qadir Al-Attar, Maryam Mahir Salah Othman, Fatima Ahmad Ziyad Salah, Qasim Ahmad Riyad Abu Aida, Nahid Muhammad Nahid Hanun, Suad Mahmud Ahmad Al-Kud, Yahya Hani Hassan Abu Nasir, Mira Othman Ayub Al-Abdali, Nur Al-Din Hamada Ahmed Jargan, Zina Sameh Khalil Uida, Ibtisan Noaman Sulaiman Habush, Ahmad Rahfad Mahmud Al-Zin, Zina Tariq Basam Al-Ghafir, Dalal Naji Muhammad Quader, Momen Amin Momen Al-Jarrah, Wissam Muhammad Aid Adwan, Muhammad Basman Sakir, Muhammad Yasir Rafiq Abu Habib, Bayan Midad Abdul Fattah Daif, Tariq Ramadan Ahmed Darwish, Tamim Yahya Tamim Al-Qudra, Karim Muhammad Abdul Aziz Tamraz, Hamza Muhammad Nahid Al-Fasiha, Fatima Sabri Faiz Al-Qudra, Muhammad Arafat Omar Al-Batniji, Balsam Omar Jamil Al-Zanin, Shahid Yasir Ahmed Abu Halhul, Muhammad Yahya Sami Al-Jurani, Salma Ahmed Taufiq Al-Madun, Malak Ismail Rabi Habub, Fadi Khalid Muhammad Al-Bardawil, Muhammad Motas Obeid Yasin, Mariam Omar Sulaiman Abu Riyad, Zina Hussam Mahmud Abu Al-Quraya, Yazan Muaz Hamad Hamad, Mirna Ali Mahmud Khashta, Nasir Khamis Nasir Al-Tahrawi, Muhammad Yusuf Muhammad Abu Shawish, Ghala Hamza Mufid Hijazi, Zainuddin Anwar Musa Jabir, Maram Hamad Jamal Salah, Faiz Mahmud Faiz Ahl, Yunis Muhammad Yunis Abu Al-Umrin, Adam Dia Muhammad Al-Kahwaji, Amir Muhammad Juma Doher, Abdul Rahman Ahmed Issam Sha'at, Ali Omar Musa Al-Qatnani, Alma Taha Amir Al-Mujaida, Layla Said Atta Abu Safra, Feryal Yusuf Jibril Al-Masri, Muhammad Adil Muhammad Musa, Mahmud Rani Mahmud Abu Sada, Rana Tamir Mahmud Sidam, Sally Jamal Salmi Ashtiwi, Iman Muhammad Hussein Al-Bati, Noha Iyad Said Al-Nafar, Ila Ahmed Abdul Qadir Awad, Maria Jibril Abu Al-Atta, Sham Izzuddin Saleh Abu Dahruj, Jude Muhammad Iyada Al-Rifi, Bisan Muhammad Sami Al-Nawas, Zain Mahmud Tahtu, Karim Tariq Awad, Batul Mahmud Dababish, Ahmed Hakim Mahmud Al-Hilu, Sama Raid Muhammad Awad Kadura. Okay, thank you. Dalal Abdul Al-Ilk Awad, Riyam Marwan Muhammad Al-Hawajri, Hala Abdul Salam Rizq Al-Wawi, Rabab Mahmud Nafz Al-Aidi, Bilal Yusuf Qadir Hijazi, Sham Muhammad Taisir Zamlat, Muhammad Ibrahim Said Nasser, Abdul Rahman Bashar Abdul Rahman Nofal, Mariam Basil Sulaiman Al-Krinawi, Zain Said Muhammad Muslim, Isa Omar Isa Masood, Tamam Mustafa Amin Nofal, Muhammad Mustafa Ismail Ghanim Jarur, Dalia Muhammad Faid Al-Sakani, Mariam Ahmed Mahmud Al-Ran, Amin Muhammad Amin Mahtar, Hamza Ala Nasir Jargun, Iyad Ahmed Amir Al-Mujaida, Bana Iyad Jamal Nasir, Zina Muhammad Talal Al-Dahshan, Hassan Mu'ti Basim Al-Ghafir, Imad Ala Imad Al-Ajal, Ahmed Jamal Adnan Al-Rais, Ahmed Khamis Ziyad Al-Jazzar, Amir Raid Mahmud Al-Bach, Farah Muhammad Ahmed Abu Araiban, Jannat Hamza Sobi Al-Ajal. I've read 100 names and I'm passing it on to the next reader to read 100 more.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Sajda Muhammad Omar Abu Hattab, Muhammad Wasim Samir Rashid, Mira Muhammad Said Washa, Muhammad Hamza Kamil Ghaban, Syam Tariq Ziyad Dahman, Nur Muhammad Iyad Barzak, Mahmud Hussam Mahmud Hamad, Dia Said Anan Tanbura, Ahmed Said Muhammad Al-Tahla, Nasim Muhammad Ahmad Jahju, Zain Azmi Mahmud Abu Ayada, Razan Muhammad Ahmed Boulan, Jad Hazim Muhammad Al-Bardawil, Adam Rizq Juma Al-Nahal, Yusuf Fauzi Zuhair Al-Laham, Ahmed Mahmud Nabil Matar, Muhammad Tariq Ziyad Abu Ful, Amir Mahmud Abu Shawarib, Tariq Ismail Sulaiman Al-Dirawi, Nesma Iyad Matar Ghaban, Bilal Dafir Ahmed Abu Yunus, Hala Umar Fala Al-Ghamri, Hassan Ala Hassan Sbehi, Maria Uthman Khalid Asliyah, Sa'ad Sohib Al-Kahlaut, Abd Al-Majid Ed Abu Samma'an, Asil Yahya Ashraf Abu Anzah, Umar Yusuf Rizq Abu Al-Lail, Nawal Ahmad Majd Maqat, Abd Al-Rahman Basil Hisham Mushtaha, Umar Ahmed Umar Hatid, Jaud Salim Basar Badr, Syam Hisham Al-Jamasi, Manal Muhammad Majid Al-Sarafi, Hadil Azam Isa Abu Zahir, Ayham Muhammad Isa Abu Zahir, Sharin Abdullah Muhammad Kanu, Alma Yasir Naim Okasha, Lama Yasir Naim Okasha, Sulaiman Omar Sulaiman Al-Agha, Abdul Al-Karim Muhammad Abdul Karim Muslim, Yazan Hani Hamdan Jabir, Hassan Ali Hassan Al-Nuwairi, Muhammad Nail Said Al-Sahbani, Misk Muhammad Ismail Abu Muslim, Lama Rami Abdul Al-Jabbar Al-Taibi, Amir Mustafa Yusuf Al-Astal, Adam Yasir Abdul Al-Halim Nofal, Sarah Salim Hashim Abu Dallo, Malik Muhammad Muhammad Al-Sawi, Halim Maloi Muin Abu Ajo, Jori Nabil Muhammad Abu Labda, Mariam Tariq Muhammad Dahir, Usama Anas Usama Habib, Bara'a Iyad Nas Al-Absi, Jod Ala Riyad Al-Sharbas, Ahmad Wail Muhammad Muhammad Abdullah Muhammad Al-Nakhala, Yaman Nidal Abdul Razak Al-Dabs, Ruqayya Jihad Ahmed Qazaar, Raz Rashad Abdul Al-Hay Shamlakh, Kinan Muhammad Riyad Juha, Mahmud Riyad Salah Juha, Sila Muhammad Mustafa Al-Shamali, Yasin Tahsin Mu'in Al-Sharbas, Adam Abdul Ar-Rahman Fatih Awad, Faiz Anas Faiz Juha, Heba Yusuf Mustafa Barghut, Mahmud Ahmad Hassan Miqdad, Sila Muhammad Munir Al-Maqadmah, Anas Jalal Muti'a Hasuna, Karim Fadil Muhammad Abu Ras, Karim As-Sa'id Irfan Al-Surhi, Yusuf Sa'id Muhammad Al-Zabaud, Karim Ramiz Ahmad Bulbul, Ibrahim Syakban Said Salmi, Salahuddin Rizq Salahuddin Rajih, Ghazi Muhammad Ghazi Abu Awad, Hassan Khalid Awad, Sama Hassan Sulaiman Al-Muridi, Naya Ramdan Talal Al-Muznar, Asil Khalil Muhammad Al-Laham, Hala Rafa'at Abd Al-Qadir Abul Hadi, Syed Muhyiddin Ibrahim Huwaila, Yusuf Abdullah Muslim Rayati, Rim Ali Khalil Badwan, Maria Yunis Al-Qarinawi, Muhammad Fadi Muhammad Hijazi, Ghazal Ahmad Ramzi Maqat, Rania Muhammad Islam Jamal Zino, Selin Ahmad Yusuf Abu Jazar, Jori Jaudat Ahmad Al-Maghribi, Layan Ali Hassan Abu Halima, Amina Ahmed Ziyad Al-Harsh, Arin Muhammad Hassan Nasman, Misk Aiman Abdul Rahman Muhisin, Sidra Islam Yusuf Abu Mu'ailik, Hiba Muhammad Fakhri Al-Qasas, Jawri Ramiz Khalil Qinan, Muhammad Ahmad Sa'di Salim. So I just finished reading 100 names. A little bit before I pass on to the next reader, I want to highlight again what was shared, that every single one of these names was given a lot of thought and love, especially for Muslim names, because we believe that our names are a form of prayer. And in these names that I just read, there's a lot of beautiful prayers. We have Ar-Rahman, may this child be compassionate. We have Muhammad, it appears a lot, which means may this child always be praised. We have names of our prophets, who are some of the most amazing social justice warriors that helped the oppressed. There were so much prayers that went into the names that were chosen for these children. So as we continue with the visual, I hope we could hold on to that thought, that even though the names aren't read in less than a second or two, each name is truly, truly filled with so much love and prayers for their parents. And now I pass my time next to the next reader.
Hi, I'm here again. On the first weekend before reading, I think I mentioned that a Lancet study concluded there were at least 180,000 people killed in Gaza as a result of Israel's genocidal actions. That number has only increased despite an apparent ceasefire, and I think that just shows that the destruction of all these incomparable wars can only stop when we fight for true justice and liberation of everyone beyond just beyond whatever Shamogam was praising. I'll continue now from 2551. Rashad Youssef Rashad Abu Jazar, Mohammed Sohaib Mohammed Abu Sub, sorry, apologies for the pronunciation, Malik Rajab Musa Al-Khatib, Elena Muhammad Ismail Asli, Nura Hossam Fayez Abu Awad, Sarah Weil Yusuf Al-Saidawi, Sana Khaled Talal Al-Basyoni, Yusuf Bilal Ibrahim Taya, Ilan Abd Al-Hadi Michal Hamduna, Boaz Ismail Abdul Al-Fatah Abu Al-Jadian, Takrid Yasser Abd Al-Hakim Al-Mutauk, Bisan Saad Ibrahim Abd Al-Rahman, Sham Imad Sabri Tari, Tala Bilal Mahmoud Shahab, Farah Anwar Omar Zahir, Abd Al-Rahman Ahmed Shamal Adin Abu Ita, Muhammad Ahmed Jamil Al-Sulibi, Omar Muhammad Omar Hassan Al-Sayed, Mustafa Ahmad Majed Radwan, Mohammed Mazen Yahya Ode, Ahmed Salah Ahmed Al-Kakhlud, Sarah Muhammad Hamdi Al-Madhoun, Maria Mahmoud Jamal Saad, Wafa Isa Amjad Al-Hertani, Munza Muhammad Munza Abu Skyla, Isaac Hamza Isaac Al-Alu, Elena Saeed Saleh Abu El-Aish, Malik Ahmed Mohammed Khalifa, Ibrahim Walid Jamal Al-Suwaikri, Dima Ahmed Saeed Abu Hani, Raghad Iyad Sobi Al-Haj Salem, Muhammad Khalil Najm, Khaled Mahmoud Khalid Al-Harazin, Amir Hatem Hamdan Abu Labda, Hassan Muhammad Hassan Abu Wafa, Tehani Shukri Abdul Hafiz Barbag, Abdullah Jihad Hosni Abu Haya, Salama Muhammad Ramadan Sharab, Hamdi Moaz Hamdi Kalach, Muhammad Abd Aziz Muhammad Abu Gaza, Hamza Hossam Manal Al-Dabake, Mohammad Wasim Abdullah Abu Aisha, Rital Sami Jawad Ajla, Ahmad Mohammad Faiz Tabet, Takrid Ahmad Omar Khalil, Abir Ziad Majed Abu Sawiri, Cesar Mohammad Awad Awkal, Amira Shadi Mohammad Abu Khares, Mohammad Ali Jamal Hamdan, Mohammad Raid Ali Awan. Hiam Ali Saad Eldin Abu Sadeh, Tala Abdal Kader Atef Sabah, 4 years old. Malik Mohammad Hussein Ashik Khalil, Abd Karim Jamal Salim Ramlawi, Mohammad Abdullah Ahmad Hijazi, Yahya Allah Muhammad Eid Badawi, Siwa Muhammad Khidr Abu Tuha, Yazan Muhammad Walid Abu Obaid, Hanan Naim Faraj Dawood, Lamar Odeh Abd Jawad Abu Ras, Mariam Ibrahim Nabil Abu Sif, Hassan Ibrahim Abdullah Ashur, Mariam Yusuf Fatih Ako, Juri Rasmi Jabir Spain. Sorry, I'm not sure how to pronounce the last word. Julia Wajdi Ramadan Al-Shabrawi, Mariam Hani Muhammad Janina, Abdul Jawad Muhammad Abd Al-Jawad Abu Ras, Muhammad Majdi Nahid Abu Aleo, Amir Muhammad Mutlaq Abu Uda, Bayan Abd Khalek Radwan Shabad, Haider Abd Shafi Muslim Mahani, Yahya Bassem Hassan Abu Rayla, Rani Sayed Fatih Majdalawi, Tala Amin Marwan Abu Shikian, Nada Tabet Rabi Al-Haddad. I just noticed this is page 101 and it's 2005 and counting. Abdullah Muhammad Fadl Hasuna, Nawal Ahmad Hussein Mahdi, Adam Ali Musa Hussein, Sayyid Suhdi Sayyid Asus, Huda Amin Ahmad Abdal Mahram, Bana Salahuddin Muhammad Dalu, Ali Naim Okasha, Sayyid Hassan Sayyid Ramlawi, Mahmoud Abdal Aziz Muhammad Zahir, Saja Zahir Abdal Karim Abdal Hakim Kakil, Bara Ziad Anwar Abu Mustafa, Muhammad Sakir Nasir Al-Sarahi, Muhammad Ahmad Abdal Ati Salim Musa, Muhammad Dib Salah Aliwa, Yusuf Nida Muhammad Abu Safia, Anas Nasser Shakhda Abu Faham, Iyad Abdul Aziz Muhammad Askar, Sayyid Khurshid Muhammad Khurshid Sayyid Sakala, Karam Wissam Ahmad Abu Wada, Celine Ahmad Abdal Muad Ajame, Amir Nader Habi Al-Hilu, Amina Shadi Eid Abu Al-Layali, Sina Ali Mustafa Dalu, Adam Allah Muhammad Baluchi, Adam Raid Abdullah Yassin. I've read 100 more. Yes.
I'll be reading the names now. 2,651 to 2,675. Jalal Muhammad Tashir Abdul Warda. Omar Muhammad Rashad Abdul Hasira. Muhammad Sami Muhammad Al-Samauni. Fatih Ziyad Fatih Mansur. Jabal Naim Samir Abu Zar. Allah Abd Al-Fatah Wajih Al-Hirbawi. Yusra Muhammad Fuad Halil. Rim Muhammad Nizar Al-Talal. Ilyas Hani Muhammad Abu Jahlum. Sadil Mansur Nasruddin Abu Nimeh. Tala Muhammad Mohil Din Skik. Bara Ramzi Emad Shihadeh. Jamil Aiman Jamil Abu Al-Jalil. Muhammad Muaid Sobhi Samara. Rakan Muhammad Auni Al-Daus. Suhad Hani Iyad Abu Shamail. Kinda Adel Nabil Al-Kishawi. Odey Muhammad Sami Shetok. Sarah Amir Yahya Al-Balawi. Abd Al-Rahman Muhammad Auni Al-Malawi. Nail Said Nail Al-Shabani. Rasil Ashraf Hassan Daraz. Ibrahim Hani Dib Ashur. Ahmed Muhammad Jawad Al-Sarahi. Mahmud Raid Suleiman Al-Darbi. Khalid Mahmud Zubhi Abu Syariah. Tasnim Ahmed Abd Al-Hakim Shubir. Alia Muhammad Isha Matar. Siwa Ahmed Mahmud Abu Dan. Hisham Ahmed Hisham Abd Al-Al. Riman Ahmed Muhammad Abu At-Terah. Tariq Muhammad Abd Al-Aziz Abu Al-Shar. Rahaf Jamal Nasr Ayyad. Muhammad Badr Abd Al-Jawad Abd Al-Ghafur. Amar Tariq Farid Al-Hajj Abd Al-Rahman Ahmad Salama Abu Sawain. Mahmud Jamal Nas Ayyad Saja Majid Asad Al-Sos. Yamin Wisam Subhi Abu Sharar. Lujain Muhammad Abd Al-Karim Harara. Ibrahim Hasan Halil Ubaid. Fida Ibrahim Salim Kandil. Sudus Umar Kadi. Rodina Hussam Muhammad Abu Jerai. Kinan Hisham Ahmad Al-Atar. Sahir Walid Ibrahim Al-Zamli. Karim Amir Mahmud Jarada. Adam Ahmad Mahmud Abu Shemala. Ali Atif Hasan Abu Jazar. Ibrahim Raid Ibrahim Mohaisin. Mahmud Majdi Rajab Ziada. Hala Fadi Bashir Ma'aruf. Siwar Adnan Mahmud Al-Wahidi. Lana Fuad Adnan Al-Sultan. Ahmad Ala Hamid Hasaini. Yusuf Muhammad Musleh Hamad. Bara Ibrahim Muhammad Al-Aidi, Ailin Rami Muhammad Al-Ajuz, Ahmad Salah Asad Al-Khur, Ahmad Mahmud Ahmad Ayad, Hazal Ahmad Fatih Abu Ajwa, Siraj Ezidin Atef Hassan, Alin Nihad Ishaq Abu Huwaidi, Hanan Muhammad Walid Abu Shuaib, Kinan Muhammad Atalah Hajah, Sarah Mahmud Atif Rokia, Muhammad Nahid Abd Al-Karim Abu Al-Kas, Nasir Sabri Abdullah Al-Farah, Musab Salim Nafiz Abu Asar, Humam Muhammad Hussein Al-Atal, Razan Muhammad Fatih Abu Ajwa, Muhammad Ibrahim Muhammad Abu Hadaf, Maria Ahmed Abd Al-Karim Wabah, Said Ziyad Hasan Salim, Salim Ahmed Mahmud Breika, Muhammad Hasan Muhammad Al-Fukawi, Adam Aiman Ismail Abu Shamala, Omar Muhammad Shaban Abu Diba, Mutasim Bilah Asim Muhammad Omar Mauruf, Muhammad Ghazi Fayez Al-Yaziji, Jamal Mahmud Jamal Ubaid, Zain Amar Abd Aziz Auda, Ibrahim Said Muhammad Abu Nasr, Maya Mahmud Mahir Farwana, Riyad Walid Riyad Asaf, Ahmed Hani Abd Al-Qadir Al-Atar, Raim Muhammad Auda Sanina, Bilal Said Amro Al-Lada, Yusuf Muhammad Hassauna Al-Jarjawi, Muhammad Tariq Halil Al-Aryan, Muhammad Musa Isa Samur, Gati Bilal Ismail Ashur, Mais Hazim Ubaid Al-Najjar, Fadi Ahmed Ali Al-Katshan, Muhammad Wisam Muhammad Zayada, Jauri Fadl Ziyad Yasin, Marwan Ahmed Mahmud Abu Labeh, Yahya Emad Muhammad Abu Dagim, Khalid Muhammad Khalid Al-Houbi, Asil Nafez Muhammad Al-Nator. I will now pass it to the next person.
Hi. So why I want to read this is because I'm a father and I can't imagine what the people who have lost their child or their kid would feel. So I can only imagine what they go through. So Bismillah. Yeah. Sohaib Tariq Mahmud Radwan, Omar Muhammad Abdul Al-Karim Al-Nakla, Yusuf Hisham Mahmud Juwafil, Mecca Fuad Mustafa Al-Lu, Sila Ala Sami Al-Da'iyah, Maria Mutafa Said Al-Haluli, Jannah Muhammad Rabia Hamdan, Jinan Muhammad Taufik Al-Bahiri, Sari Abdullah Zakaria Muammar, Kinan Yasir Anwar Abdullah, Ayub Muhammad Sulaiman Al-Nabihin, Nasim Fadi Rasmi Qadi, Salma Sulaiman Musa Abu Samaha, Rami Mahir Ibrahim Nofal, Nasim Mahir Asad Al-Akras, Yusuf Abdullah Mofid Hijazi, Ahmad Amar Ahmad Abu Naji, Rana Ibrahim Muhammad Al-Haj Yusuf, Adil Ziyad Adil Dahliz, Mira Ashraf Mahmud Abu Shamala, Muhammad Ahmad Isa Al-Nashar, Mirna Samir Sulaiman Jarur, Sama Kasim Taha Al-Shair, Naji Muhammad Naji Baraka, Ibtisam Abdullah Mahmud Abudan, Syam Jihad Abdullah Abu Rukab, Khalid Muhammad Khalid Abu Hajar, Amira Ibrahim Atta Al-Zanin, Hana Abdullah Al-Latif, Muhammad Abu Al-Atta, Yusuf Hosam Hussein Musa, Muhammad Ahmad Al-Bari Abu Faw, Elaine Temer Muhammad Ahmad, Zainab Fakhri Sabri Radi, Rakan Ahmad Hisham Abu Dalal, Hur Haitham Jamal Abu Shrek, Kusai Salah Tahir Al-Aqad, Kamal Muhammad Kamal Saleh, Zain Muhammad Nahid Habush, Sabri Muhammad Sabri Al-Brim, Jud Nadir Salah Al-Sakni, Yusuf Mahmud Taisir Abudan, Jumana Mahir Muhammad Abahar, Nada Zakaria Imran Qadih, Iyad Muhammad Iyad Badawi, Nabil Asim Nabil Abu Shamala, Yusuf Shadi Muhammad Futair, Dennis Muhammad Azo Afane, Dina Adnan Said Al-Haddad, Rima Adnan Said Al-Haddad. Those are probably just siblings, but okay. Ahmad Iyad Ahmad Burika, Syam Muhammad Ibrahim Mamluk, Muhammad Mustafa Ahmad Sheikh Al-Aid, Anas Izidin Al-Kasam Musa Ashur, Amal Isa Jasir Al-Bash, Hur Muhammad Hussein Ashur, Amir Atiyah Haidar Isa, Karam Muhammad Rabi Abu Karam, Salahuddin Ghassan Salah Al-Haj Ahmed, Muhammad Ghassan Salah Al-Haj Ahmed, Rizq Salah Fawaz Abu Rizq, Juan Abdul Al-Hussein Abu Fatiyir, Muhammad Ahmad Awad Nasir, Rafif Abdullah Yusuf Isa, Rita Mahmudu Omar Al-Ghariz, Yahya Musa Khalil Abu Nisra, Zina Ismail Samir Abu Shamala, Rukaya Muhammad Munir Al-Ta'ala, Kamar Yahya Jihad Ahmed, Sawar Mustafa Khalil Tamus, Abdul Hakim Mazin Hani Abu Gosh, Zinab Shady Salami Abu Lashin, Habibah Muhammad Sami Khatab, Khalid Ahmad Musa Al-Zanati, Hamza Shakir Namir Al-Dawas, Majid Muhammad Hamid Hamada. How many more do I read? I don't know how many have I read. Okay, I think one last one. Okay, Yusuf Said Walid Al-Awur, Mais Imad Ahmad Al-Khalud, Adam Atif Naim Habib, Lian Moez, Khalil Ayash, Salim Ahmed Eid Wafi, Azam Asim Azam Al-Shawa, Habibah Ramzi Mahmud Al-Tanani, Adam Hussein Muhammad Al-Akhras, Rima Muhammad Jihad Jargun, Muhammad Saleh Salim Abu Mandil, Hur Basam Mahmud Abu Shawish, Lian Muhammad Sobi Abu Lashin, Abdul Khalid Ridwan Shabat, Sabah Muhammad Mahmud Abu Sahbi, Mahmud Naim Abdullah Dahlan, Khatab Khalid Suhail Abid, Abdul Aziz Abdul Nasir Daud Al-Halisi, Muhammad Samid Muhammad Khishta, Arwah Qais Abdul Karim Al-Zahrani, Tola Rabia Atif Al-Bach, Rajab Muhammad Ahmad Al-Ghafiri, Zina Salam Abdul Jabbar Al-Haj, Ahmed Muhammad Jamal Abu Jalilah, Mariam Ahmad Amin Abu Funana, Juri Sami Jamal Masood. Thank you. Who's next? Which page?
Yeah, my name is Muhammad Hamza Farouk, and I want to read these names because we need to remember that these kids are not just numbers, they are real kids that have been murdered by the state of Israel. So we have Mahmoud Said Hajjaj Al-Zari, Lin Abdul Fattah Zuhair Al-Kurt, Mais Muhammad Amin Al-Dahdu, Osama Faik Muhammad Mahmud, Mahmud Muhammad Mahmud Al-Bishti, Lama Obaid Salahuddin Al-Baghdadi, Ilyas Walid Muhammad Othman, Hamza Abdullah Muhammad Al-Zatma, Neima Muhammad Said Abu Akar, Amin Abdullah Amin Abu Al-Rus, Muhammad Ibrahim Radwan Shabat, Jud Hamid Nasir Al-Astal, Kenan Husni Sulaiman Al-Reinawi, Siba Khalid Walid Brace, Anas Muhammad Mazin Sheldan, Juri Mahmud Ayesh, Tala Muhammad Abdul Muti Al-Hila, Yahya Saadi Misbah Heles, Khitam Ramzi Jamal Ubaid, Kinzi Mahmud Darwish Kabin, Hamada Jihad Hamada Al-Bakri, Ahid Musa Ahid Al-Ghafri, Rinan Omar Zakaria Al-Astal, Abdul Al-Salam Mahmud Juma Abu Jazar, Sajid Ali Sulaiman Abu Ma'amar, Sulaiman Ali Sulaiman Abu Ma'amar, Sama Ahmed Khalid Abu Oweli, Lina Lui Ibrahim Khidir, Mira Musa Ismail Abu Dan, Nagam Uda Abdul Nasir Abu Nadi, Syam Karam Khadir Al-Turk, Omar Muamin Kamal Khatayev, Sewar Riz Suleiman Zarb, Yahya Zakaria Hamid Hamada, Abdul Al-Rahman Ahmid Arif Salman, Noha Ramadan Khalil Jaude, Masa Syed Khut Mahmud Al-Hashash, Mahmud Muamin Amin Naufal, Nur Al-Din Mahmud Abdul Al-Karim Salman, Nur Ahmad Hamdi Al-Kahlud, Tariq Muhammad Salim Salah, Mira Abdullah Said Al-Mashokri, Ayah Salahuddin Hamdan Al-Najar, Randa Ibrahim Basim Sya'ban, Ala Muhammad Faiz Al-Salk, Abdul Aziz Al-Aziz Adil Dahliz, Sila Mahmud Amin Akhlil, Fatin Rajab Muhammad Al-Nakib, Amin Omar Hassan Abu Jazar, Jana Sami Abdul Abu Hadaf. Muhammad Farooq Nizar Al-Najar, Sila Shahdi Rasmi Hamdan, Amir Shadi Atala Al-Aidi, Zaina Muhammad Subi Abu Nadi, Yazan Mahmud Faris Siam, Hamad Ahmed Hamad Dahir, Fatin Muhammad Yusuf Nasir, Joan Ibrahim Kamal Rashwan, Omar Iyad Omar Al-Abiyad, Omar Amir Akram Murtaja, Sidra Basil Ramadan Al-Syair, Ahmad Muhammad Abdullah Abu Hatab, Lisa Muhammad Abdullah Abu Hatab, Tolin Wisam Ibrahim Al-Ghul, Ahmed Hosam Saad Al-Din Abu Muslim, Joanna Muhammad Ismail Khalaf, Ahmed Iz Al-Din Muhammad El Zainati, Rital Yahya Awad Abdul Al-Wahab, Omar Muhammad Said Sadiq, Amir Muhammad Jamil Al-Za'anin, Amir Juma Rajab Maruf, Sally Ramez Muhammad Abu Ma'amar, Ahmad Ismail Faiz Abu Muilak, Tala Walid Sabri Al-Nabahen, Ahmad Ismail Mahmud Al-Dirawi, Jori Yosef Samir Saber, Sama Mahmud Deif Allah Al-Nadiyat, Yusuf Ibrahim Musa Farajallah, Masa Muhammad Naim Oksha, Omar Zaid Zuhir Abdul Al-Hadi, Abdul Muti Muhammad Khalid Aburis, Omar Bilal Muhammad Al-Bana, Juri Muhammad Kamil Al-Bayuk, Salma Hassan Naif Abu Shamala, Qais Muhammad Jamal Al-Alul, Tala Salim Abdul Al-Hakim Khalil, Suzan Ahmed Nahid Masud, Huda Muhammad Ismail Abu Najah, Alin Muhammad Ahmed Satum, Rakhad Muhammad Abdul Al-Karim Al-Ghalban, Bisan Hamad Sami Hijazi, Omar Mumin Amir Subair, Ali Mustafa Ali Abu Ma'amar, Muhammad Tamir Muhammad Al-Sahid, Wa'ad Imad Mustafa Al-Luh, Ahmad Muhammad Rashid Al-Masri, Ahmed Muhammad Alian Al-Bayuk, Isra Yasir Musa Abu Ishaq, Anas Abdullah Mahmud Al-Khayat, Tulin Muhammad Raja Al-Najar. Okay, may I call upon the next speaker?
Just want to thank the earlier speaker for the reminder that each one of these names is a prayer. Elias Samed Muhammad Al-Akkad, Misk Omar Kamel Abu Rahma, Adam Shaker Marzouk Al-Khalut, Rakan Jihad Hamed Abu Owaima, Taqwa Ahmed Yahya Yunis, Takwin Muhammad Abdulaziz Al-Tawil, Nesreen Ahmed Ibrahim Saman, Muhammad Shaukat Mahmoud Al-Rantisi, Shahid Khaled Muhammad Raka, Jude Suleiman Muin Al-Najar, Rania Muhammad Abdal Qadar Al-Attar, Sabah Hisham Misbah Jadala, Abdulaziz Hatem Jaber Al-Rai, Abdulaziz Radwan Naeem Al-Halo, Halma Hussein Faiz Jaber, Sawariya Ala Al-Din Akilan, Nuran Hassan Abdal Fatah Al-Majdalawi, Ayes Musab Ibrahim Al-Asal, Sila Hassan Jamal Musa, Kinan Musab Kamal Abu Naim, Tulin Muhammad Ali Al-Shimali, Hala Abdullah, Dawood Abu Arus, Amira Ismail Mohammed Furina, Hisham Allah Hisham Al-Khatib, Batul Ihab Bakar Owais, Abdul Rahman Mohammed Bassam Al-Jarjawi, Miss Munzer Saadallah Al-Helu, Kais Imad Nabil Obeid, Fatima Omar Suleiman Abu Giyad, Ayat Muhammad Salama Al-Haddad, Nur Khaled Nasser Akhlil, Alma Ahmed Jamal Musa, Jude Ashraf Saeed Abu Hani, Basel Shadi Azmi Al-Khalidi, Sali Shakhtar Hassan Doir, Kinan Bilal Jamil Nisman, Mariam Adam Mazen Al-Tilmis, Joan Yaya Yusuf Al-Asal, Yumna Ahmed Nasser Shakura, Lion Fala Muhammad Abu Adwan, Aline Muhammad Hussein Al-Bati, Sabah Abdal Salmi Eschul, Khalil Saleh Khalil Hamuda, Mariam Ibrahim Yusuf Al-Hassayan, Karam Mohammed Ibrahim Ashur, Omar Ahmed Zidan Al-Hawaji, Shaima Ahmed Fauzi Al-Guti, Ahmed Bilal Hassan Abu Masami, Maria Ayman Samir Musa, Adam Mohammed Ahmed Tabasi, Anas Islam Ali Abu Sanjar, Aid Mohammed Aid Alwan, Hala Sadi Majdi Al-Dubaka, Imtiaz Fauzi Kamel Abu Akar, Rahef Sameh Mohammed Abu Kusa, Salma Osama Hajjaj Al-Srey, Mohammed Jamil Samir Al-Agha, Hala Mohammed Mohammed Khalifa, Rama Mohammed Bassam Abu Sharbin, Saleh Mohammed Saleh Al-Kin, Taghreed Tarek Mohammed Al-Magari, Ahmed Noor Al-Din Ahmed Abu Lihya, Rawan Yusuf Hassan Al-Huraini, Jana Osama Ahmed Al-Kurd, Suhaib Awad Galeb Al-Sultan, Dana Etimad Yusuf Dalul, Ahmed Muhammad Hassan Al-Zazu, Ahmed Hassan Mahmoud Al-Dabu, Zainab Muhammad Sadi Abu Hamada, Juan Ahmed Rabi Natil, Muhammad Zayad Mahmoud Al-Azib, Muhammad Nabil Waji Al-Namnam, Tamer Mesara Iyad Al-Sarsak, Muhammad Allah Faud, Fuad Afane, Juan Mahmoud Ahmed Tabasi,
Muhammad Awad Zaki Al-Hawarji, Muhammad Bilal Zahir Ahmed, Dalid Hussein Ahmad Abu Aida, Bisan Abdullah Munir Gwain, Hanan Muhammad Ismail Salah, Siba Jamal Sabri Al-Masri, Al-Yaman Shadi Walid Barud, S. Ayad Batar Gabad, Yusuf Ali Hassan Nisman, Muhammad Yusuf Ibrahim Abu Huda, Khalil Muhammad Lotfi Obeid, Maher Abdal Karim Maher Al Madun, Mustafa Muhammad Ezat Shabit, Amir Muhammad Khamis Ashur, Muhammad Mahmoud Saleh Naban, Mahmoud Muhammad Ahmed Zakhut, Jawan Aid Muhammad Abu Aida, Amr Medat Shahada Abu Aida, Karim Aziz Al Yawad, Suleiman Ismail Douihi Abu Bulimi, Talia Hussam Saher Katab, Ryan Kasem Bashir Dahar, Nabi Adam Isa Abu Dahar, Fatun Abdullah Muhammad Kanun, Allah al-Din Jihad Allah al-Din Mahdi. I've read another 100 names. I'll pass it to the next speaker. We shouldn't have to do this.
Thank you for the previous speaker's efforts to read this. So I know we always say that we want to humanize the Palestinians and they're not just numbers. So I'd like to add some of my own imagination to humanize them as I read through their names. Saif Aldin Muhammad Samir Abu Kuder. Did they like the color blue or green or yellow? Musa Muhammad Musa Baham. Did they like to play soccer by the beach? Tawfiq Raid Tawfiq Abu Yusuf. Did they have any siblings? Mina Muhammad Jamil Agamri. Did they like to sing to their parents? Mira Muhammad Fauzi Al-Nabusi. Did they have any fights with their siblings, and what would they fight about? Abdullah Salim Hashim Abu Dalo. Were they the only ones in the family that died, or did their parents go with them as well? Noor Ashraf Awad Mikdad and Awad Arafat Awad Mikdad, their siblings, I think. Muhammad Ahmad Abdullah Al-Hay Al-Mutawak. Can a child this young comprehend genocide? Lian Mahmud Muhammad Ahmad. Zain Basim Samir Nasser. Hain Muhannad Deep Ryan. Hamza Al-Barawi Hamid Al-Tater. Sewa Muhammad Abd Al-Fatah Ata'ala. Iman Salman Fadil Yassan. Munir Abdullah Ar-Rahim Munir Al-Husari, Hala Rushdi Nasser Al-Ghazali, Nasser Rushdi Nasser Al-Ghazali, another pair of siblings, I think. Sewar Abdullah Subhi Salim, Kariman Anas Faiz Juha, Zain Abdullah Ar-Rahim Hate Arbia, Naya Muhammad Ahmed Saleh, Mira Muhammad Bashir Hamada, Abdullah Ar-Rahman Ahmed Muhammad Ajur, Omar Al-Faruq Ahmed Nafith Katifan, Mazen Abdul Ar-Rahman Mazen Al-Ghazali, Ahad Shadi Ashraf Alwe, Amal Shadi Ashraf Alwe, Mariam Said Mahmud El Zabud, Rasha Mahmud Arafat Minawi, Rim Muhammad Arafat El Minawi. I hope that they at least had each other when they passed. Ahmed Motasem Osama Sheldon, El Mutasem Bila Muhammad Karim El Zamil. Thank you. Muhammad Sami Salem Kasim, Ubaida Khalid Mutishal, Musab Majid Nabil Maghribi, Ashraf Mahmud Ahmed Abu Amsha, Mira Mahmud Hassan Juha, Malik Sameh Muhammad Rajab, Alin Yusuf Ali Juha, Nada Aiman Khalil Salem Tip, Kusai Ibrahim Ali Salem, Karim Omar Muhammad Aldib, Talal Khalil Talal Awad, Suwar Hussam Rabehi Yasin, Abu Ar-Rahman Khalid Amin Al-Kathati, Momen Rafat Shaban Lulu, Mohammed Kamal Masud Magduk, Sarah Said Abu Leila, Reem Huzaifa Samir Lulu. That was 50 names. 50 children. Majid Muhammad Majid El-Luli, Majid Ibrahim Khalil Hana, Abdullah Ahmed Samir Al-Kabariti, Sana Abdul Al-Karim Isa Jarur, Ismail Abdul Rahman Ismail Abuful, Lauren Fauzi Salman Al-Najah, Mohanad Shadi Imad Abul Habil, May Shadi Muhammad Alba, Rimi Ismail Osama Abu Gamnan, Lujain Muhammad Abdul Al-Karim Harara, Nabi Ahmad Isa Abu Zahir, Awad Said Al-Najah, Sultan Abdul Karim Sulaiman Bagit, Musab Hazim El Adel Atatar, Ho Sami Daud Abu El Rus, Nasim Loe Basam El Susdodi, Muhammad Islam Muhammad Taim, Muhammad Abdul Al-Rahman Salman Abu Mustafa, Hanan Numan Said El Awadi, Malik Mahmud Zihad El Hash, Salah Kamis Salah Abdul Hadi, Anas Osama Walid Muharib, Mira Muhammad Jawa Siam, Karam Ahmed Hassan Nezman, Muhammad I. Abdul Al-Rahman Muhsin, Ramad Talal Sulaiman bin Hamad, Mahmud Musa Muhammad Abu Naji, Nahid Lue Nahid El Suda, Lana Isa Ali El Said, Ahmed Tarek Ziyad El Basus, Muhammad Basam Muhammad Zakut, Mina Muhammad Mahmud Muhammad Kadi, Kina Adnan Ramadan El Luhi, Ali Asad Atta Abu Jameh, Lujan Tamir Mustafa Safes, Muhammad Mahmud Abdul Rahim Al-Najam, Ali Zakaria Shuhada Abu Mamar, Hanan Muhammad Sadi El Gamri, Mariam Hassan Ibrahim El Sanwa, Muhammad Karam Yahya Makat, Khalil Sobi Ayub Hadjo, Yahya Zahi Ibrahim Labed, Mia Mahmud Jihad Agnaim, Majed Khalid Majed El Hasni, Hanan Jamal Kamal Barwat, Abdul Rahman Muhammad Fatih Awan, Zain Wail Rajab Abu Zaina, Ilian Aiman Abdul Al-Rahman Al-Khatani, Adam Muhammad Abu Tabka, Dima Salah Jamal Al-Din Abu Idra. So I read the names of 100 Palestinian children. I'm sure I butchered some of them, and I hope that the children in heaven or wherever they are will forgive me for that and forgive us for letting this happen to them. I'll invite the next speaker.
Thank you, everyone. Sorry for the wait. I think that as we read each name, even as we grieve with the parents, remember that every name we read, we will remember them and they live on in our hearts. Okay. So, Hazim Hatim Hussein Farajila, Fidal Zohail Abdullah Jarab, Nabil Adam Iza Abu Tahir, Yusuf Allah Norman Al Omari, Miss Khalid Salah Saleh, Abdullah Muhammad Musa Aslia, Julia Yusuf Ab Al Raham Tai, Huda Muhammad Mahmud Wash Akhar, Amina Mustafa Naim Hassana, Zain Ali Allah Ahmad Atwa, Muhammad Fuad Muhammad Tayyib, Ammar Fares Suhail Abdi, Gina Mana Jamil El Kurdi, Malik Basam Muhammad El Sufo, Jeda Iyad Subi El Haik Salim, Maryam Isa Auni Abdul Yusuf, Ikram Salim Ikram Hamid, Zina Imad Muhammad Jabil, Mira Iyet Ahmad Abu Hassana, Iman Jihad Husna Abdul Hiya, Yasin Khalid Mahmud Abu Radi, Yusuf Muhammad Hassan Abu Iyada, Hamza Abdullah Mahe El Susi, Randa Muhammad Ahmad El Garabawa, Gina Taha Muhammad Abu Nada, Jana Taha Muhammad Abu Nada, Judy Saf Eldin Mahmud Abu Bakar, Tia Mahmud Hassin El Shahir, Aida Musab Ab El Keda El Shatili, Juwad Abdullah Ahmad Marish, Jihad Wasim Jihad El Amudi, Rahin Walid Zudi Kurrakia, Hadib Omar Abdillah Jiba Auda, Muhammad Ahmad Hani El Masri, Amal Ifat Ali El Shami, Anis Jabil Asid Abu Shala, Malik El Mutilab Sabah Shahulai, Sama Ahmad Hamdli El Shafu, Rakha Mayub Faiz Abdul Amsha, Mustafa Madi Adil Shahin, Dima Iman Ibrahim Naji, Sewal Ibrahim Yusuf Shahada, Dimau Wasim Muhammad Abu Nas, Sham Adham Bishmal Damu, Bishar Mahmud Nabil Jinat, Gashin Muhammad Kali Ryan, Hamza Ahmad Shukri Hamad. And now for the 5-year-olds who are martyred. Amma Ali Bakha Shikit, Huda Walid Ab El Haq El Malawi, Yusuf Rafat Sawad Sikh. Bila Muhammad Omar Hijazi, Karim Ab El Aziz Mahmud Wad, Fatima Muhammad Famil El Najjar, Najib Wafi Najib El Jasusa, Said Wafi Najib El Jarusa, Ab El Rahman Raid Ahmad Kasko, Tali Muhammad Taleh Abdul Shaban, Fatima Hussein Ali El Kafarna, Omar Ihab Zahir Kardra, Sham Ibrahim Nabil Abu Saif, Ibrahim Syed Hazan El Khatib, Amir Mahmud Zayed Mahani, Ishmael Yusuf Maslim Mahani, Sarah Hussein Hadim El Hanawi, Farah Mansur Adhim El Farloji, Nisram Ibrahim Ahmad El Shawahi, Atif Huzaifa Saleh Abu Shakiran, Ab El Rahman Muhammad Hani El Awadi, Hussein Muhammad Hussein El Ajirimi, Magda Manahne Sami El Slim, Zain El Bedindain, Muhammad Samuel Hijazi, Farah Muhammad Fatih El Faish, Muhammad Jawed Hosni Musa, Jamil Muhammad Jamil Abu Hiya, Zuhai Karim Abdullah El Lawa, Sham Naim Farah Dawood, Muhammad Yusuf Basim Abu Hishara, Lina Shameh Muhammad Shamira, Ranza Ahmad Adnan El Babashi, Sham Khalil Ab El Hai Abu Shalama, Muawiyah Ali Shaban El Fayumi, Yusuf Rami Muhammad Fat Husona, Tale Amja Alia Abdu Ayada, Elma Adi Ab El Jawad Abu Ras, Ritau Syed Hussein El Ramlawi, Muhammad Ahmad Karim Muhammad El Ghazi, Yaman Kanil Otman El Tayyib, Saja Muhammad Lafi El Dewi, Karim Muhammad Shakir El Mukni, Maryam Ahmad Hamdi Dailu, Tala Shami Adnan El Shami, Ishra Syed Misbah Maddi, Yusuf Taye Farik El Abu El Kusman, Judy Muhammad Ab El Raham Shihab, Hamza Ab El Hadi Adil Zahir, Ahmad Ab El Hadi Ade Zahir, Lara Mahmud Fuad Abdul Gognima, Hiba Muhammad Ali Tahir, Rayid Syed Ryan, Kinda Aiman Jamil Abdul El Jali. That's the 100 names, and I'll pass on to the next speaker.
I just want to say, never forgive and never forget. Juri Tarek Abd Al-Hakim Al-Matuk, Batul Muhammad Wail Abu Jabal, Yusuf Wail Hussein Al-Habid, Bayan Tamer Saadi Hamid, Isam Abd Al-Rahman Jamal Al-Horani, Yusuf Abdullah Hassan Al-Afghani, Taim Imad Naim Hijazi, Juri Fadi Fayez Dawood, Yaya Zakaria Yaya Badawi, Khalil Muhammad Khalil Asliya, Ibrahim Shadi Fayez Al-Daka, Yaman Muhammad Mahmud Abu Asi, Hamza Abd Al-Qadir Jihad Al-Fayumi, Juma Muhammad Saleh Abu Warda, Yunis Muhammad Yunis Haniye, Luna Hossam Taisir Abunada, Alioha Hamid Nida Alioha, Abd al-Rahman Muhammad Abd al-Jawad Abu Ras, Osama Medat Badir al-Awadi, Zain al-Din Muhammad Arafat al-Badaini, Zaina Muhammad Aziz Abd al-Aziz al-Mashharawi, Juwan Abd al-Rahim Omar Sharaf, Obaye Aiman Amar al-Basioni, Wafa Omar Bassam Abu Hasira, Muhammad Ali, Lue Ahmed Lue al-Minaawi, Samir Iyad Muhammad al-Asha, Sama Muhammad al-Sankari, Muatas Ahmed Abd al-Aziz Abu Akas, Yaya Muhammad Ziyad Abu Namus, Rana Muhammad Abd al-Majid al-Koka, Sarah Tarek Bashir Abu Warda, Anas Muhammad Kamis Abu Naama, Yusuf Muhammad Nasreddin Abu Naama, Ibrahim Mahmud Ibrahim Al-Shami, Yara Nuri Rafifan Tambura, Izzat Ramadan Muhammad Kamal Al-Nuno, Ahmed Aiman Ghazi Awis, Al-Yaman Firas Fahmi Al-Najah, Omar Abdullah Nabil Al-Wadiya, Mariam Salah Ahmed Al-Ghazali, Omar Ahmed Abd Al-Latif Siam, Mujahid Muhammad Hussein Al-Sheikh Khalil, Bisan Ali Basam Al-Bahtiti, Anas Naji Hatem Al-Nadim, Juri Mamdu Salim Haji, Juri Abdullah Salah Abu Shakian, Malik Ahmed Rafiq Al-Sinwa, Yusuf Tamir Fatlat Abu Labda, Nada Haitam Nasir Abu Oda, Adam Maher Mohsen Maruf, Al-Muatasim Bila Musab Atta Ashur, Masa Raid Muhammad Sob, Abd al-Rauf Abdullah Abd al-Rauf Bago, Sanam Nafes Ubay Al-Najah, Yamen Ahmed Taufik Jaber, Doha Ziad Abd al-Hamid, Ali Musa Muhammad Al-Riyati, Abdullah Ibrahim Hassan Hamad, Juri Hamdan Suhail Karaja, Sidra Karam Fauzi Hasuna, Suzan Karam Fauzi Hasuna, Makar Rami Haida Abu Jaza, Ran Muhammad Ahmed Al-Shire, Hassan Rami Naim Al-Asma, Hala Tayyir Ayman Al-Khatib, Ahmad Abd Al-Hafiz Abd Al-Hadi Hamid, Safa'a Isa Yasin Al-Saraj, Darin Medat Zuhair Al-Nabris, Amir Khalil Ahmed Al-Atta, Hazim Rami Muhammad Al-Jalus, Ahmad Muhammad Ziad Jaber, Abdullah Mahmud Shaki Salim, Baron Muhammad Bakir Rabi, Sama Rizq Taufik Al-Shubaki, Mavad Muhammad Naji Al-Yazji, Muhammad thank you, Muhammad Jihad Abdullah Azum, Muhammad Rami Ziad Al-Zainati, Muhammad Ahmed Muhammad Al-Adini, Muhammad Asim Hassan Abu Masami, Hala Khalil Fayez Barakat, Sarah Rami Muhammad Awad, Mariam Said Ali Al-Barawi, Mariam Khalid Khalil Al-Katrus, Safiya Muhammad Saleh Al-Hud, Mahmud Mehran Muhammad Al-Shantaf, Hamza Ibrahim Hassan Al-Hams, Iman Mahmud Fayez Al, Tuli Nihat Omar Al-Madun, Rafiq Muhammad Rafiq Hajjaj, Dina Abdullah Khidir Musa, Sarah Rami Sulaiman Abu Mamar, Hamid Muhammad Afani Afani, Mira Rafiq Hamuda Badran, Lim Basil Abd Al-Azim Al-Hajj, Safa'a Khalid Jihad Abu Jabbara, Sham Osama Muhammad Al-Jamasi, Hassan Mahmud Rashad Al-Masri, Abd Al-Rahman Mazen Muhammad Maruf, Juri Said Atta Abu Safra. I've read 100 names of children who died in Palestine since October 7. The mic to the next speaker.
We managed to read 3,250 names today, and every single name or someone's universe. I just want to remind people that everyone here bore witness, and I love what you said. We will never forget, and we will never forgive. Thank you so much to everyone who came up to read the names and for bearing witness together. We do this to highlight the hypocrisy of our state, for continuing to fund this genocide and deepening their ties with a genocidal state that kills children, adults, animals with impunity, for commending Trump, the very person who sent billions in arms for Israel to commit this genocide. He is a partner in their crime, not the savior. We repeat the demands to our state made by the SGHungerStrike4Gaza team. Stop funding genocide. Stand on the right side of history. Stop persecuting pro-Palestine solidarity. It's free Palestine until Palestine is free. Free, free? Free, free! Free, free! Thank you.
Hi everyone, we are coming up to 24 hours of our hunger strike. There are currently 12 of us on strike, and we will be ending the broadcast for the day at 7 p.m. Strikers will now take turns to share our reflection from our first day of the strike and our parting message for the day. So I'll start and say that I feel like today's strike made me feel really hopeful because it's the most number of people on strike today, and I feel like there is a community of people who care about the situation in Palestine, who care and are willing to put our bodies on the line to make a difference. And if you guys tune in to Kumar's teach-in earlier, we learn about the history of Singapore, and we learn that conflicts do have an end, war do have an end, and I think that we are all waiting patiently. We all continue to strike, and we continue to wait for the day and to pray for the day where we know that Palestine will be free. So free Palestine.
Hi, I'm Kyle. So I'm never one to that good with off the cuffs, but actually have written down something. So yeah, here goes. 21 hours into into this hunger strike. As my headache intensifies, as stomachs grumble in unison, remember, this discomfort is but a blip compared to any Palestinian. Even in our version of resistance, in its worst case scenario, each and every one of us will walk out relatively okay. To be a Palestinian is to force your family to southern Gaza while you stay rooted in the north, weeping and lamenting at the thought of leaving the ground you grew up in. To be a Palestinian is to seek within the crevices of what was once your home, alone, as IDF fascists patrol the premises. To be a Palestinian is to beg within social media spaces for help towards strangers that may deny your existence, but only to find family members not tied by blood, but in solidarity and empathy. To be Muhammad is to beg for financial aid with strangers around the world to cook for his village. To seek packets of flour at GHF sites to bake bread for those he shares his struggles with, only to be met with an accident with a food delivery truck resulting in an infected left arm. And to be Muhammad is to lose the two front teeth due to malnutrition. And even in these circumstances, he's looking towards a horizon where he hosts a couple of us with Palestinian hospitality. I have found that in this period of time, a brother longing to meet and embrace those that have helped him throughout a genocide of his people, to give us a kiss to the forehead and the warmest of hugs, a text I still hold to keep me going when that day comes. And to be a Singaporean fortunate enough to have known Palestinian kindness, why the fuck should we give up?
Hi everyone. So I'm on my 30th hour of my strike now, and I'll be breaking my strike today because of work reasons. I think we did a mini reflection before this, and everyone is really feeling the effects of the strike, but what we all acknowledge is that what we feel in our bodies, the hunger, the pain, is nothing compared to the Palestinians. We have the privilege of having such a wonderful community around us, supporting us through this strike. we are in such a comfortable environment while doing this strike. And I think experiencing it, like knowing that we are privileged, is very different from experiencing it. So I would really encourage anyone at home to also try out the strike for 24 hours, maybe starting from now till tomorrow, and share with your friends and family what your experience is. Because if they have not been moved by the news, if the news is just another piece of news to them, then maybe they'll be moved by your experience or by their own personal experience if you can convince them to do this together with you. I think this strike has made me a lot more convicted in why I stand up for Palestine, and it has made me more sure that we are on the right side of history and we have nothing to fear by being on the right side of history and standing for humanity. It has also gave me hope that we can find the humanity in each of us, and I appeal to everyone to please find your humanity and do us right. Thank you.
So I want to wrap up with one final thought about what it's been like the past 3 weeks. It actually doesn't get easier. Each strike is harder than the one before. And I reached a state in my body where my thirst and hunger signal doesn't work anymore. Because it does give you a signal, waiting for food, or you're not going to give me food, okay, I won't signal anymore. And you do that for 3 weekends, and suddenly you forget to eat 4 meals later, or you forget to drink a sip of water all day. But the symptoms are merciless lah. The symptoms still come. Yeah. Which is why I made a very specific request that this week, if I fall asleep because of low energy, please wake me up and give me water. Because it's not something I just want to endure. Yeah, I don't want this hunger strike to be something I endure. I just sleep. Okay, 7 p.m. is here, let's eat. Then I'm not learning. I want to be awake to feel what I feel, to feel the headache, to feel the hunger, to feel the grief and the anger. And that will be something that will fuel me wanting to help the world. We are not doing this in hopes that it will change the world tomorrow. We are doing this in hopes that it will change us today. Change me. And it did change me today. So it was a success. Even though I have a throbbing headache right now and I'm drinking water every 10 seconds so I don't cough. And it's really such a jarring experience, because I imagined just now as I was coughing and trying to hold myself back, I imagined if this water was not clean and it was dirty sewage water and that's all that's available. I cannot imagine the anger and the frustration on top of the fact that my water well and my water supply was bombed. And I'm so hungry and I'm so thirsty, and the only water there is sewage water. Yeah, that really shocked me and woke me up. So that is what I want us all to reflect right now, just to imagine it, because experience is the best teacher and experience is the best fuel for you to feel something in your heart for real. And that is why we do this hunger strike.
For those who weren't here during the vigil, we had a vigil just now where we read the names of all the Palestinian kids that have died during the genocide. And what I'm gonna say is that while I was listening in for that, in the background there were like kids calling for their moms, and it just felt like such a jarring juxtaposition. It really reminds you that, first of all, those are children that died, children that could have been yours, could have been anyone's who's watching, but they are. What I'm gonna say is that it's tragic knowing that those kids are going through so much, going through famine, pain, and some even meeting death because they lost the geographic lottery. We do this not because we want to. Activism is necessary. Because if you're not gonna listen to people when they cry, people from there when they cry, then you must listen to us when we starve ourselves and we're not begging but asking you to care. At some point you gotta listen, right? That's why we are on hunger strike. Because we're trying to make people listen. This is not something I take pleasure in. This is something I do because I can see the necessity in it.
Oh, can I share? Okay. Okay. So there's, I think, a few things that came to me through the day as we were so conscious of not eating. I think the first thing that I was thinking about was how food is so much more than nutrition for your body. Right? Food is also kinship and culture and history and pleasure. Like, I was actually thinking about how more than hunger, I've missed taste, and how all these things are what give us dignity, right? History, culture, pleasure. And I kept thinking about what does it mean to be a person when you cannot eat? I feel that it also ebbs away your personhood on a psychological level. It also made me think about the abundance in Palestine that Palestinians have been robbed of, right? The fertile land, the olive trees, just in the videos where children kept asking their parents for the diversity of fruit. This was, I think, the first few months of the genocide, where they couldn't find fruit anymore. And these children didn't understand why, in a land where they've always had so much abundance, where their parents would bring home any fruit they asked for, there was no more fruit. So we have a lot of abundance in Singapore around us, and we are willfully choosing to deprive ourselves of food for these 2 days. Whereas in Palestine, in stark contrast, there was so much abundance, and because of the will of the genocidal entities, they've been deprived of any access to nutrition, right? I think there have been many moments of discomfort today for many of us here, for many comrades, for me, whether it's physical or emotional. And I think something I've tried to ground myself in through that is that hope is a discipline, courage is a discipline, and learning to expand ourselves is also a discipline and a practice. And I think, when we think about how are the Palestinians so gracious, so resilient, which is something that comes up a lot, and how are so many people in the world who are, withstanding police brutality and loss of jobs and everything else just to stand up for what they believe is right. How do they do it, right? They don't have some kind of superhuman power that we don't. I think it is I strongly believe that it's about practice. And I think that's what we're doing this weekend, is practicing being uncomfortable, practicing tolerating discomfort, practicing resilience, right? And I think as we keep practicing, we become stronger. And that if we don't exercise the power we have now, which is the power to deprive ourselves of food, then we will never fight for the power we don't have, right? And it is through using the power we have that we build the strength to fight for power we don't have and to expand our imagination. Another sort of more personal reflection I was having is also that, my period is meant to start tomorrow, and usually the day before my period is the most fatigued and difficult day for me, emotionally and physically, and the first day of period as well. And it is just so, and I was thinking to myself, oh, I could have chosen a different weekend. And then it made me think about all the women in Palestine who are breastfeeding, who are birthing, who are menstruating through a famine, through a forced famine, and how there is really no comparison, like many people have already said. And just to sort of end on a more hopeful note, I want to remember that the pace of creation is much slower than the pace of destruction. And that's what I'm holding on to today, to stay steadfast. While it takes 9 months at least to birth a child, it takes only a second to destroy their lives, like all the thousands of children whose names we heard read out today. And Palestinian writers continue to write, even though they realize that their words may not make a difference today in the face of 2,000-ton bombs and tanks, right? And that doesn't mean that writing doesn't work, that our struggles don't bear fruit, but it's just at a very different pace because we're trying to birth a new world.
We will continue our hunger strike at home tonight and see you back here tomorrow morning at 10:30 a.m. Free, free! Palestine! Free, free! Palestine! Free, free! Palestine!